This is going to be an all-Korean semi-final. Najin Black Sword taking on SK Telecom T1.
딱 같은 한국 사람이라 플레이 스타일이 서로 비슷한데 거의 예상은 할 수 있을 것 같다고 생각해요.
Najin going big. They're going for all the kills.
저희가 꼭 우승컵을 따고 싶기 때문에 우승까지 하고 싶습니다.
From downtown.
치열한 경기가 될 것 같아요.
A clean ace for SKT.
이번에는 저희가 이길 것 같아요.
That's a matchup that is going to be awesome to watch.
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
And welcome to the semi-final round of the Season 3 World Championships. I'm Ify Shogzaportra coming to you live from the main stage here at the Galen Center in downtown Los Angeles, California. Are you guys excited? Today, of course, in our first semi-final, SK Telecom T1 takes on Najin Black Sword to see which Korean team we'll be seeing in the championship game and who will battle it out for a chance at the Season 3 title and the Summoners Cup. But for now, it's time to get acquainted with our starting lineup, starting with the lovely gentleman at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. I am Rivington Bislin III, and holding it down at the analyst desk with me is none other than David Freak Turley. Plus, joining us again for the semifinals, it's the Trinity Force of insightful analysis, OGN Caster Monte Cristo, the Evil Geniuses Crepo, and Counterlogic Gaming's Double Lift. But before we dive into tonight's semifinal series, let's take a look back at Tuesday's games, starting with the highlights from SK Telecom's dominating performance. Day 2 of the Season 3 World Championship quarterfinals kicked off with the red-hot SKT1 taking on the Gamma Bears from Taiwan. SKT1 jumped out to an early lead in Game 1 behind Bengi's pressure from the jungle.
Stays caught between a rock and a hard place. He may be able to pick up first, but Impact gets away. That's a flash. Flash for flash. Bengi lands the killing blow, securing it for SKT.
Bengi continued to rack up the kills, but here he lets Faker get in on the action.
Maple will not see this coming either.
Well, we'll wait for the assault and battery is going to follow in. Here comes Faker. Maple tries to get away. He is going to get taken down. That assault and battery just locking up Cassidy for too long. Not even he could escape it.
SKT T1 walked their way into Gamma Bear's base to secure the victory in Game 1.
Wins is going to be the second kill of the fight as now they turn onto Sword Art. That's going to be a triple kill for Piglet. SK Telecom all of a sudden decide to win a team fight, decide to close the game out, and the Gamma Bears are going to drop 0-1 in this best of 3 series.
And the Bengi show continued in Game 2.
Bengi is sticking to him. Sonic Wave, can it catch? That is the question. It does! He follows up. Sword Art's in trouble, 100 HP. The volatile Spiderling goes down. The Cocoon does not connect.
This could be 3.
Gets a safeguard shield. We do see the Sonic Wave gets dodged by the Repel, and that's a 3-for-0 in favor of SKT.
The Gamma Bears tried to play catch-up, but you can't catch a flippin' ninja.
He taunts out over the wall, feint is up. He's got a couple hundred hit points, 380, still taking everybody on a walk. Just a matter of time before they close him down as Maple is joining from the side. The thing is, how long do they stand? He's still alive! Sonic Wave comes in, Impact runs! Impact is not dead!
SKT T1 would roll to a convincing series win to set up an all-Korean semifinals versus Najin Black Sword.
Now Stake will be the next one to fall. Who gets the kill credit? It's Faker as Piglet picks up his second. Now Wins is getting dropped down as Sword Art in the background is crushed. A clean ace. SK Telecom T1 will advance to face Najin Black Sword in the semifinals.
Incredibly well played game by the Korean team, convincing 2-0 victory.
The last match of the quarterfinals pitted 2 Chinese rivals against each other, as OMG battled Royal Club for the last remaining semifinals berth. And as expected, both teams came out swinging.
Look how low Tabe's gone. Gets knocked up. Cool now, unstoppable as he finishes off that kill. Lovelin goes low. He manages to get back, but the flash in from Uzi will secure them one back. And it's now a 2-for-1 fight. There's Ace in the hole coming through. Going, dives to the back line, but he will fall. There's the charm onto Uzi. He's going to cleanse. San going for 2. Doesn't get any of them as the Zonya's used there by White. Crazy turnaround again.
With OMG's Go-Going pushing their inhibitor, Royal made the decision to secure the Baron.
Classic question here. Is a Baron worth an inhibitor?
For Royal, it was worth. And they would go on to pick up the Game 1 win.
There is the flash timbers coming in, not really doing what they would have hoped from it, and Royal back away to the steps. There's the Stranglethorns going down as White gets into the base. There's the ace in the hole. Uzi gonna pick that one up. That's already 1 man down. Can they finish off the tower? Charm landing onto Godlike. He's at less than half. As going dives into the back. Lee Sin kicks the 3 of them in.
Royal is still pushing in. They've got the Baron and they're making their play.
This is gonna be game number 1. Going over to Royal Club.
They were so excited they were falling out of their chairs by the end of that one. What an insane ending.
With a 1-0 lead in the series, Royal kept their foot on the gas in Game 2.
Wow, Tabe going very low, but cool. He's going to get burst down from this one. Uzi picks up that kill. White's is going to finish on Big Pomelo, no problem. And now San, he's a dead man. Uzi going to get the finish on that to get a double kill.
Another beautiful crescendo from Tabe would give Royal an ace from out of nowhere.
There's a 3-man crescendo coming in as well. Tabe picks up a kill, but they're only going one way right now. San taking tons of damage there as he falls. They're still chasing here as well. Lovely, can he get away from this one? Tumble comes down, and that's a triple kill for the Bane.
Royal's Uzi lived up to all of the hype, and he carried his team past their rivals and into a semifinal showdown versus Fnatic.
Uzi is coming in from the backside. Surprise! Here comes the Bane. Kill for White. San's not going to escape this one. They focus down Uzi, but look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace for Royal Club. What an amazing fight coming out of Uzi. God! This is going to be a win for Royal Club. They are going to take down their Chinese rivals, and you can see exactly what it means to Royal Club.
They are longtime rivals from the Chinese LPL. They beat them 3 times in a row to gain that #1 seed, and then with that bye into the quarterfinals, they beat them twice more in a row to move on. Well deserved by Royal.
And with all those matches keeping you on the edge of your seat, 41 group stage matches and 4 quarterfinal series, let's check out the Season 3 World Championship bracket as it stands now. We're down to the final 4 teams in the top semifinal showdown. It's tonight's matchup, Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus Najin Black Sword.
While in the lower half of the bracket, it's Saturday's best-of-5 battle between China's Royal Club and Europe's Fnatic.
All right, gentlemen. So coming into tonight, Najin Black Sword is actually the higher seed, as we've done our homework here. They got the most circuit points in Korea during their Season 3 and earned the bye into the quarterfinals. Now, the question is, even though they took the region's top spot, are they a team that is better than SKT? Freak, what are you thinking?
It's a tough thing to call because SKT have done more in the recent past. They just won Champion Summer, so they're kind of the favorite coming in. But there's two topics I want to broach as far as this matchup is concerned. The first of all is individual skill differences, because Prey and Kane for Najin's Sword are really, really, really good. and they're going to be better than their opponents here. But on the other side, SKT's got Faker. And I think we've talked about him enough throughout the tournament. Faker, no one really stands a match for him in the 1v1. The other topic to talk about, though, is strategic differences, because we've seen SKT have a much cleaner mid game and do a better job of closing out games than Najin Sword.
Yeah, that's right. And with Najin Sword, the way they've won their games has been they get a huge advantage in that early laning phase, but they don't look as solid in terms of their mid-game strategy. They don't look as solid in terms of their strategy and team composition. We've commented on it before. They seem a little weird, maybe lacking a little bit of synergy right there. But for me, I really want to see the top lane matchup here, because Impact has come such a long way. Starting out as more of a tanky player, he used to be a support player, moved up to that top lane, and he's developed into a carry top laner a lot like Expression. So for me, we haven't seen these teams play since Champion Spring, so it's been months and months and months, and I want to see how that development really affects him.
Yeah, to me, SKT1's bot lane, obviously not as good as Prey and Kane as they've shown during this tournament, but Faker is going to crush Nagne, in my opinion. And Impact and Bengi they've showed so much synergy, especially in the quarterfinals when they played Gamma Bears. You saw those sneaky ganks. Bengi and Impact just play so well together. I don't really see Watch and Expression have that kind of tag team just make those plays together.
Yeah, I think that's what set both teams apart. There's synergy with their jungle, because many people consider Watch a slightly better jungle than Bengi, but Bengi does really well with Faker. Who's going to stop Bengi and Faker? Probably nobody. And then Bengi and Impact, as he said, to do really well together as well. So, and aside from that, I just want to point on that Najin Black Sword actually did play in Winter, OGN, and they did a lot of 3v1 dives there. That's actually where SKT1 was lacking a lot in the earlier stages of the group.
Mani, final thoughts?
Yeah, we see that coming out of Najin Sword, and yes, they're less of a dive-oriented team, but they're still capable of doing it. And notably, Expression, when he was on the sister team, Najin Shield, had to play against that dive a lot. And for me, out of all the Korean teams coming in, he's had the most safe play in those 2v1 situations, because you can tell he knows the limits of the dive and is constantly watching out for it, unlike some of the other Korean top laners that we've seen here.
And that's what Najin Black Sword will have to do, get an early lead in the early game and extend that into mid-game, because if you go even against SKT1, once the mid-game pushing starts and the rotations start happening, yeah, you find yourself losing the game really quick.
All right, in double lift?
And I just have to expect SKT1 to 2v1, because if they're dual lane 2v2s against Prey and Kane, which are so aggressive, they're probably going to lose. I think SKT1's going to 2v1, and they just have to play the 2v1 game, even though apparently Sword has a better 2v1 game.
All right, well, you gentlemen have weighed in with your thoughts. It's now time for that part of the show that Doublelift hates more than giving up his farm. It's time to choose the winners of tonight's matchup. Before we get to our picks, let's take a look at the standings where everybody is sitting right now. Mani is in first with an impressive mark of 37-11. With the casters, Crepo, and the viewers just 1 point behind. And finally, sitting at the end of the standings and the end of the desk is our Doublelift.
I'm the best.
Doublelift, so even though you're 3 games behind your coach right now, because of the 2 semifinals coming up here are going to be worth more, as long as you pick a different team than Monty, by the end of the night, you could be tied. So there's a little bit of logic.
Or behind.
Or behind.
I'm going to win, dude. I'm going to win.
All right, gentlemen, it's time to lock in your picks. SK Telecom T1 or Najin Black Sword. Which one of these 2 teams will be playing for the Summoners Cup next week? Freak?
For me, it's SKT. I think they come through with a bit more experience. They've been doing sort of better overall. And I think as long as they can get by some early deficits, if that even happens, then they'll just close out the games.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking SK Telecom T1 as well. But it's worth remembering that in their last 3 best-of-5s, they have consistently dropped either the first or the first 2 games. And so I expect it to be a 3-1 with Najin Sword taking the first one. They're a team of adjustments. They can lose a game. They don't go on tilt. They come back, adjust their strategy, and then sweep their opponents. So they're a very strong team. We've all seen it, but I think Najin Sword probably has a few tricks tonight.
That's funny. It's because it's almost the mentality that TPA had coming in last year. If we lose game one, we'll definitely get the next ones knowing what they can bring out. You know, moving down the line, double
Yeah,
lift.
and I agree with Monty. I think SKT is going to take this because they've ramped up this entire tournament. You saw them early in the group stage. They lost to OMG. They adapt immediately. The next time they play OMG, they take a 13-minute inhibitor. Then they play against Gamma Bears. The first game's kind of slow. The next game's a complete stomp. These guys know how to download their opponents and play accordingly. They have great coordination, great play calling. They're just a really strong team.
Well, I agree with both these master level analysts.
What about me?
And Freak. And I think yeah, SKT has an edge over Sword, especially if you look at the early game. They've been improving their 3v1 dives. They've improving their early mistakes. And once mid game hits, if Uzi isn't too fed, or if their bot lane isn't Prey and Kane aren't too fed rather, then I definitely see SKT taking it.
All right, with the analyst desk trending towards SKT, it's now your chance, the viewers, to turn and try and take back the top spot in the standings. Head over to lolesports.com and vote for the team you think will win this semifinal series.
And once you're at lolesports.com, click on Schedule, hit the Semifinals tab, and vote away.
And now with the picks in our pockets, here is the Twitter question of the day. We want to know, how has the World Championship influenced the way you play League of Legends?
You can hit us up at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds if you want Riv to read your answer on air.
And now we're happy to announce that in celebration of the epic battles waged during Season 3, Championship Thresh arrives next Friday, October 4th.
Yeah, equipped with ornate... I'm going to wait for you guys to cheer for that one. Equipped with ornate battle armor and emblazoned with the sigil of Season 3, get a Thresh start for the next season with this new championship skin. I'm starting early.
Nice one.
All right,
Thanks.
everybody, we have to take a quick break, but when we return, Faker and SK Telecom T1 battle Najin, Black Sword, and Prey for a spot in the Season 3 finals. But first, since winning Korea's champion Winter earlier this year, Najin Black Sword has gone through a lot of changes. And even though they lost their leader, they haven't lost focus on their ultimate goal, the Summoners Cup.
일단 저희 팀 탑 미드가 바뀌었는데요. 그 나그네 선수가 들어온 지 그렇게 오래되지가 않았는데 저희 한 달 정도 맞춰보니까 좀 많이 너무 손발이 잘 맞아서
그렇게 오랜 시간이 소요되지 않았고요. 일단 소드 형들이 그러니까 새로 들어온 멤버 치고는 너무 잘해주시고 그러니까 친근하게 다가와 주셔서 좀 적응하는 데는 거의 한 달도 걸리지 않았다고 봐요.
처음에는 저도 되게 나가고 싶어 했고 되게 자신도 있었는데 지금 흘러가는 추세를 좀 현실적으로 바라보면 좀 저보다는 나그네 선수가 지금 메타에 되게 맞는 선수고요.
나그네 선수 같은 경우에는 송 선수랑 이렇게 다루는 챔피언 폭이 거의 아예 정반대인데 반면에 요즘 좀 떠오르는 메타에 맞는 챔프들 많이 잘해서 저희가 나그네 선수를 미드로 계속 쓰고 있고요. 네, 결과가 계속 좋게 나오고 있는 것 같아서 좋습니다.
막는 선수가 이제 팀을 나가게 된 후에 사실 연락은 많이 못했어요. 왜냐면 서로 다른 팀에 소속되어 있으면서 시즌 준비하느라 바쁘고
저희가 처음에는 엑스펜션 선수가 들어오고 그닥 좋은 성적은 아니었어요.
탑라인이 혼자서 자생한다 뭐 이런 식으로 몇 달간 했는데 그게 솔직히 되게 힘든 일이잖아요. 정글 없이 한다는 게. 근데 그 상황에서 좀 맞춰졌다가 이건 도저히 아닌 것 같다고 다시 바꾸고 나서부터는 그렇게 적응 기간이 오래 걸리진 않았어요.
일단 탑과 정글의 호흡이 잘 맞아야 하기 때문에 처음에는 쭉 하운이랑 해왔었으니까 하운이의 장점은 일단 좀 더 공격적이고 상대 그 탑라인을 조금 정글러가 풀어주게 된다면 아예 그냥 찍어 누르는 그런 스타일이었다면
엑스페션 선수는 그와는 조금은 더 안정적인 선수거든요. 그래서 그런 스타일의 차이가 있었고
다른 라인들을 풀어주게끔 게임의 흐름을 잘 이을 줄 아는 탑라이너라서
저도 어떻게 보면 실드에서 원맨 팀으로 막 팀이 밀어주고 그랬는데 이제 소드로 오니까 그게 아니잖아요. 그러니까 그거에 대해서 배분을 하는 게 힘들었던 거지 적응하진 않은 건 아니었어요.
차츰 저희가 호흡을 맞춰가면서 완벽해지는 모습을 보고
저는 실력적으로는 좀 인정받고 있다는 생각으로 이렇게 부담감 처음엔 있었는데 그렇게 심하게는 많이 부딪히진 않은 것 같아요. 제 성적이 어떻게 나오냐에 따라 다르겠지만 그래도 좋은 선수인 건 맞아요.
그 먹는 선수 같은 경우에는 저희가 뭐 같은 길을 못 걷게 됐지만 먹는 선수가 타 프로그램에 나와서 네, 저희 팀 많이 응원해준다고 또 하더라고요. 네, 그래서 정말 기분이 좋습니다.
I came from Humboldt State University, and I am pumped to be at Season 3 Worlds.
My summoner name is Scarlett Lockhart. I'm from Pinion Hills, California, and I'm really excited to be here.
I'm Pomiest. I'm incredibly excited about League of Legends semifinals, which is my first LoL event, and I'm like, never been out before.
Yeah, buddy!
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the teams for tonight's best of 5 semifinal series between SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. Starting on the blue side for game 1, it's SK Telecom T1. Let's meet the team.
Starting in the top lane, Impact. In the jungle, Bengi. In mid, Faker. At 80 carry, Piglet. And at support, Pu Mandu. They are SK Telecom T1.
And starting on the red side for game 1, it's Najin Black Sword.
Starting in the top lane, Expression. In the jungle, Watch. In mid, Nagne. At 80 carry, Prey. And at support, Kane. They are Najin Black Sword.
Please give it up one more time for tonight's competitors, SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. Gentlemen, please take your positions. Good luck and have fun. And now let's send it back over to the guys at the caster desk for more on tonight's matchup.
Thanks a lot, Sharks.
SK를 이기려면은 저희가 실수를 하는 부분이 하나도 없어야 된다 생각하고 그렇게 하면 이길 수 있다 생각해요.
팀이 전체적으로 전부 다 강한 거.
운영이 일단 좀 깔끔한 느낌 많이 들어요.
경기 최근에 한 게 없어가지고 너무 숨기는 게 많지 않을까 그것 때문에 걱정돼요.
SKT T1이 사실 저희 이제 한국 서킷 포인트에서 저희를 롤드컵으로 이제 보내줬거든요. 이번에는 저희가 집에 보내드릴 차례라고 생각을 하고요. 저희는 이제 집으로, 그리운 집으로.
All right, guys, thank you very much. And actually, what we wanted to talk about was Quickshot was just touching on there. Is the 8th pick, Ari, also coming out of the side of Najin, was mid-bans as well. Freak, I know you wanted to touch on this first, and then Monty, take it away.
Yeah, so I actually, in theory, I really like what Najin's sword did, because anytime you let a champion get this deep, but yet got to counterpick all the lanes, it means you came in with a plan. Right? They left Shen up with first pick. It's a pretty obvious first pick. They said, well, Expression plays Jackson. Voidboy talked about that matchup. Hit level 6, win the matchup, no big deal. And again, with the mid lane, they're like, we know you're going to go for Ari. We're saving our last pick, Gragas, there to make sure we get the counter pick. And down the line, I think Sword planned out those picks. You can argue if they were the right picks, but they came in with a plan.
It's also striking because typically when we see SK Telecom play, they put a very high priority on first picking mids and junglers, typically. And so to have them as the last 2 picks here is really uncharacteristic of this team. And I think that shows that they really were waiting to see what was going to happen from Najin Sword to see if there would be that last pick. Of course, the last pick mid, much more common in a region like EU.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, they might have actually caught Najin Black Sword off guard. Them predicting the first pick Ari, as Monty said, is the normal trend over there. First picking Shen with only 1 assassin left means it's really hard for an assassin lane to play mid against the Shen ulti coming in later. Basically nullifies Ari as a tool for them, which basically gives them a free Ari anyway. So I think the Shen pick was a really solid pick. And at the same time, yeah, they got counter lanes, but it's going to be really hard with playing full engage into a Shen.
I think it was definitely a smart choice to go for the early Shen, but this is actually something that happened very directly by this team against Gamma Bears, where their Shen and Ari were both open, and they're like, actually, we're going to go Shen first. So Sword doing the research, they would have at least seen that as a likely possibility, but you're right that mid lane's going to be difficult.
And just to touch on the peculiar Leona pick that we haven't seen before from Najin Blacksword, this is actually a really volatile 2v2 lane, as you can tell, just because of it's a kill lane for Leona. But at the same time, pre-6 minutes, Lee Sin is the best early skirmishing jungler to counter gank. Like, if Leona goes in, she's not getting out. If Lee Sin's there to safeguard to the Zyra or something, then Leona's dead. And past 6 minutes, they have Shen. So it's actually in SKT's favor to 2v2 that lane if they can play it correctly. If they can bait Leona in, or if they can bait her in with Shen ulti, it's just like a free kill.
So now we'll actually have to see a Bengi impact synergy in a different kind of way. Not playing on their own lane, but just both trying to counter gank that bot lane with Leona. And it's incredibly difficult to play as Leona, especially if it happens once or twice. Afterwards, you'll be really scared going in the 3rd time.
All right, guys, final thoughts, Monty, as we are finished up with a quick sound issue?
Oh, yeah. No, I just want to say, and with the level 1, they got a really deep ward in there, even deeper than the usual ozone ward that we see. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Najin Blacksword decides to play this, because they have a lot of information about where the lanes will be going from SK Telecom.
All right, guys, we are going to throw it back to the desk. Looks like we've sorted everything out on the stage. So let's send it back to the guys, the caster desk, for game 1.
Watch position himself in one of the side pushes.
Thank you very much, Joe. And I know Freak absolutely enjoyed that game because 3 Triforces were built and used effectively. Also, right out of picks and bans, we kind of talked about it a little bit before, as we went into the pause, that the Shen was huge and the Ahri was open. Mani, I know you want to get in on this.
I'm actually really excited about the picks and bans here because I think this was a really good coup by Sword, and we can see how it played out as well. Basically, Sword had the superior 5v5 as well as the superior split push. You got to say they baited that Shen right now because even if Shen and Jax had gone even in that lane, Jax would have come in. Now, what this did was it made SK Telecom's composition very one-dimensional. They needed picks. And we saw Faker getting the early home guard much earlier than he normally buys it on Ahri because he had to be there to make the picks. And then we saw that trap get laid for him, and that put him even further behind because he had to spend the money on home guard. And they really just read SK Telecom beautifully here, and a great comp coming out of Sword.
Before we jump into those fights, I definitely want to get the early game. Crepo, lead us through what happened in that early portion of the game.
Yeah, what actually really impressed me is how SKT1 controls the pace. Basically, Leona and Corki got to bot lane first, so they should have a huge advantage. That's actually, I wasn't as impressed by Kane's Leona in the small skirmishes. He played his teamfights really well, but their lane handling wasn't the best. That allowed SKT1 to get back into bot lane. They later transitioned that into a little advantage, allowed Bengi to get a Drake off that. Bengi got stronger, counter-gang bot lane again. So this is this is the flow and the pace of the game that SKT controls so well, up until a point that we'll cover later, where actually Sword comes back in a really good team fight. So their fights were better, but individual small skirmishes, especially bot lane, it seemed that Piglet was doing a really good job of getting back into the game.
Yeah, and people would probably wonder, like, why did SKT get all those dragons? The first 2, actually. And big reason for that is that Watch camped top lane and killed Impact and actually took Impact's tower. But on the flip side, you see Bengi camping bottom lane, killing Leona over and over again, and that's why, because the jungler for SKT is on the bottom side of the map, they're easily able to capitalize on that with the dragon.
And what may have been missed as well, too, is that Faker was doing an excellent job of shoving mid, and he got some really good tower chip in, and that allowed both the mid and bottom turrets, because of what happened in the bottom lane, to go down in favor of SK Telecom. Now, probably a better game plan for them here would to do some deep wards, gain vision control over the bottom side of Najin Sword's jungle, and try and set up those picks.
Absolutely.
Instead, they engaged in that fight in mid lane, where Mandu got a little bit caught out. And what that caused to happen was their own mid turret to get destroyed, and then with that went the possibility. So if they hadn't gotten caught out a little bit in mid, they would have been able to aggressively ward and pick better in the mid game.
And a lot of this game actually felt a little bit like deja vu for SKT in their first couple of semifinal games against Ozone back in Champions Summer, because the actual same ward bait was used in game 1 there, where Dandy sets up a pink ward and says, Faker, you're going to kill this ward, with Elise, mind you, and kills him there. And the exact same ward happens here, which at the very least tells me that Sword's smart, but also that they probably watched that series like, well, they took 2 games. We could do the same thing. Faker likes to kill wards and makes the same trap. And then also, sort of, we didn't get to talk about this during the pregame very much, but SKT doesn't come back very well in games. And what they've tried to do in those sort of, when they try to make comebacks, is try to force 5v4s. And they've got Shen, they've got Stand United. They're going to try to jump into fights with a numbers advantage, even with a gold deficit. And we've actually still never seen those fights work for them.
Yeah, and Faker was never able to actually get back in the game because there's nobody on Sword to pick. There's Elise and Jax who have ways to, like, make themselves invulnerable. Gragas and Corki are extremely safe, and normally he feeds off supports. There's a Leona on the enemy team. She's so dangerous, and she's actually so hard to kill that Faker, after he made a misstep twice, overextending and dying in teamfights, he was never able to get back into the game.
And actually, let's pull that replay up on your screen, and I will kind of see where Najin Sword took these advantages, how they kept themselves up top, and really just got the best of SKT in each one of these fights. As we pull this up on your screen, Crepo, take it away.
Yeah, this basically what happens is Mando will get caught here, which actually is a recurring phenomenon during the game. So that's where Sword does a good job. Then SKT tries to counter, gets really aggressive. We can roll the clip already and see what happens. So Mando gets caught, gets Stand United, makes it out alive. He'll eventually walk back into a barrel. He does good Zyro to good disengage. Watch does another really good repel. This is what Kane does good in fights. Disengages, that's the aggro, exhaust on Faker, forces Faker to use everything. But here they get too aggressive, and this is where Expression comes in. You see 2-man stun, Corki comes in, no hesitation, and this is what I really like. Gragas will now E into the fight and then flash to carry on the E impact, which basically shows he's playing with no hesitation. Ezreal barely manages to kill him afterwards, but it just shows that how well Sword plays with no hesitation, good synergy. We saw at least I think 3 of them E flashes from Gragas.
Right, yeah,
Nagne
absolutely.
playing so much better than his previous match.
Yeah, and you look at what happened in that fight as well, is both Expression and Prey were not in the fight for the very beginning. So there were only 3 members of Sword there, and they had to run across the map. And the early pick happened, nice pick and whatnot, and then the rest of Sword backed off, despite the numbers advantage for SKT, right? Chenault comes in, numbers advantage, and Sword backs off till the reinforcements arrive, and then these guys re-engage with once more the numbers lead here, and that kind of team fight dictating was really good. And I wanted to talk about Expression a lot, because
Triforce.
His Jax was banned all 3 games against Gambit, and
I guess they know why now.
Right, and we had the pause at the beginning of the game, and I'm like, guys, Sword planned this pick and ban. We saw SKT first pick Shen against Gambit Bears, and they're like, you didn't ban Jax. Please first pick Shen. I dare you to first pick Shen so that Expression can have a field day. And he managed to build a CS lead over a global teleport. Mind you, Expression ran Ignite. He has to walk back and forth across the map, still managed to take down minions, still managed to get into fights. And end of the game, 8-2-4. Expression did amazing that game.
And this comes back into the story we've been telling about Najin Sword. This is a fantastic patch for this team. Prey has always been one of the strongest Trinity Force AD carries in Korea, and of course, Expression really known for his ability to carry out of that top lane. So it's all coming together now. They look like they've shaken some of the rust off, and I am so excited for the rest of the games in this series.
At the same time, we were talking about this Shen and Jax interaction. I just think Nagne is a really, really key piece into this, because Shen first pick forces you into actually not being able to pick Ahri, because it's really hard to play an assassin into a middle laner like Faker, supported by a Shen ulti. So basically that means Nagne is saying, hey, we're getting him Shen, but I'll have to play against Faker's Ahri, which is really hard. And he picked Gragas, and he did really, really well. He played really impressive in the mid lane.
Yeah, I agree. This game was really dictated by the solo lanes, because you see Nagne, people say like, oh my god, Faker's going to crush this guy. He played a safe farming champion like Gragas. He actually did really well.
Right.
And then you see Expression, he counterpicked Shen. I feel like SKT's game plan coming into the next game needs to be throw their bottom lane under the bus, early pick their bot lane and jungle, and just let their solo lanes counterpick Sword, or else it's going to just be a repeat of the first game.
Final thoughts, Monty Freak?
Yeah, and going back to the Gragas pick as well, Nagne did a great job throughout the game of when he saw Stand United coming in, using his ult to disrupt, and therefore it eliminated a lot of the potential for a Shen engage right there.
I just want to really point out that the way they siege as well, barrel at one side, forces them to group out at another side, and then Expression can go in, pop his E, AoE stun, really good siege power, and Sword played that really well.
Yeah, and all I really want to say is that Doublelift, I think your analysis is right on the money, where you're right, Faker's crazy and he's going to kill you, and so the safe farming pick, I was actually going to say that myself if you hadn't, where he's like, yeah, I'm going to go Chalice Gragas, I'm going to get a Flask as well, and I'll just clear minion waves, clear minion waves, clear minion waves, and so now actually coming into the next game, you almost need to completely switch your ban strategy as SKT and let Faker make plays, remove some of the safe farmers.
We'll see what they do. We'll see if the Faker mind games continue. Right now we have to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll see if Najin Black Sword can make it 2 in a row against SKT. Plus, Dignitas' jungler Crumbs will join us to dissect tonight's semifinals. The Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. The next match is coming up fairly soon, but first I am joined by Alberto Rengifo, or Dignitas' jungler Crumbs, and I want to ask your expert opinion on this match. SKT1 heavy favorites, yet they dropped the first game.
Thank you, Esther Deportere. Now, going into this match, I feel like many people predicted SKT to perhaps even 3-0 sweep Najin Black Sword, and I really liked seeing how Najin pulled out their strategies. They're really comfortable with the top lane Jax, and they completely steamrolled with it. They played their strategy, played their game, and SKT didn't seem to have an answer to it. They got shut down in the Shen lane, and Faker didn't make any plays that he's sort of expected to, and they won the game off that, and I'm really looking forward to the next games now. You can't count out SKT, though. They've done it in the past. They've lost first game. They've even lost the second game on the best of 5 and won 3 games in a row. So this game is still anybody's game.
Absolutely. Now we've seen Bengi and Watch in action. Is there anything in the tournament that you've picked up as a jungler or that has really impressed you?
I think what's impressed me the most in this tournament is how selfless some of these junglers are. You'd see they make these plays and item choices that are completely for the team. They don't think about themselves at all. They'll buy first item Sightstones. They'll buy oracles very early on. So they're really just looking forward to increase their pressure and their overall team's what the goal as a team they have, not in increasing their own personal strength. So for instance, in North America, you'd see many junglers, their first item buy would be Doran's Blade, just because they want to be themselves stronger. But these styles are so different, and I really like seeing how they play against each other, especially in match, not in increasing their own personal strength. So for instance, in North America, you'd see many junglers, their first item buy would be Doran's Blade, just because they want to be themselves stronger. But these styles are so different, and I really like seeing how they play against each other, especially in matches against junglers that are selfless. As a jungler myself, that's something I really enjoy watching.
Maybe going on that, learning a lot from this tournament, maybe, because what has the off-season been like for you guys?
Off-season happened for us as soon as PAX was over, and it's mostly been a lot of vacation. As soon as it's over, you know, you were very disappointed. We didn't make it to Worlds, but then you got to look on the bright side. Bright side is we get break, so we get to just go relax, visit family, visit friends, visit a loved one, and it's really enjoyable for me. And then you can just sit back and watch the game, and for once, instead of watching it as a professional player, you can just watch it as a fan. And it turns out a lot of us are big fans of the actual game, even if we weren't a part of it. So that's something that I really enjoy.
Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your time here. As for us, we're going to be going over to the boys at the caster desk.
Thanks a lot, Sean.
30 seconds until team's turret has been destroyed. Just wait.
Thank you very much, Joe. And indeed, that game showing us that SKT can look at the same composition almost without Leona there on Najin's side and pretty much make it seemingly not work at all. Right out of picks and bans, Mani. How are you feeling about that game?
Well, I think this really shows the strength of SK Telecom to rebound and make those adjustments. We talk about how they typically lose the first 1 or 2 games of a best of 5, but the problem is once they get rolling, once they win 1 game, they usually win 3 in a row. So to come back for Najin Sword is a tall order, and what the adjustment that they made here that was very important is, I've talked about this before, but there aren't that many teams in the world that are comfortable with a solo Vayne split push.
Right.
And that is exactly what Piglet does. It's also what Mr. Doublelift likes to do, and it's a strategy that we have on CLG. If you can rely on your player to make plays, and Piglet also doing the heavy roam there, repeatedly shutting down Expression, this is just one of the characteristics of SK Telecom's playstyle. And I think you do have to question the delayed lane swap. Sword intentionally switched into those lanes, got behind early, and I know some of the fellow analysts here have some pretty strong feelings about that.
Yeah, one of the reasons that Sword couldn't react to the lane swap properly is because their duo lane was losing. They actually died in the 2v2. Both of them, both Prey and Kane died to Lee Sin, Renekton, which is a really devastating 2v2 jungle top lane combo. And it's no coincidence also that Sword has lost every game that they've gotten 2v1. In the Gambit series, the Gambit 2v1 them in the first game, they came back every time Sword 2v and Kane died to Lee Sin, Renekton, which is a really devastating 2v2 jungle top lane combo. And it's no coincidence also that Sword has lost every game that they've gotten 2v1, and he can't really get ahead if he's 2v1ing. That means he's splitting even with the enemy AD.
Yeah, and actually one thing that played out there as well was you talked about Prey, but also Expression here, who's stuck in a 1v2 and had a really, really rough time of it, didn't get much jungle support. And the one thing that stood out to me was that SKT, I mean, granted Lee Sin, actually, yeah, in either case, they sent the Lee Sin to go gank for the Renekton, to have a 2 versus 2 matchup there. Instead of 3v1 diving and killing the turret off and breaking the lanes apart, they extended the laning phase. He supported his dying turret, got a kill, kept the lanes in a 1v2, and Expression got farther and farther and farther behind Impact.
See, I think this game came down to play and not to compositions, because I think both teams had the means to deal with each other, depending on Lee Sin gets an early lead, transition that in mobility boots, goes around the map, keeps ganking. There's a lot of vision control coming out from the entire SKT1 team. Basically, that's what SKT...
And then they made team and died because he thought he had a kick up. I mean, he's just been playing so well. He's been setting up these amazing like insect plays where he kicks the enemy carry back in. I mean, you got to hand it to this guy. He makes SKT snowball the other game, gets every dragon.
And I actually want to give some credit to Najin Sword, because I know at the beginning of the series we talked about how the mid-game decision-making was going to be so much better for SKT, but we saw a mid-game victory in Game 1, and here I actually wanted to commend how Sword played the Baron dance at around 20 minutes or so, because fully blacked out vision, no one face-checked a Thresh Hook, and Sword actually chunked SKT off the Baron. A really good Gragas ultimate into Prey on the side, landing a bunch of poke damage as well, and took over map control on a unwarded Baron attempt, and it's like, wow, that's really, really good mid-game play, good play calling.
This is something where Zyra actually excels at. The range she has on her seedlings makes it really easy for her to get mini wards into brushes she otherwise couldn't get into. The same way she can hide behind the plants, she will pop out of those seeds to dodge possible fresh hooks. So the Zyra really helps, especially with Gragas as well, being the long range disengage in case somebody does get caught, like Watch, who then has a repel. So Baron Dance definitely wasn't the answer for SKT1. The split push, as Mondi pointed out, with Renekton being in a lead and Vayne being able to individually split push as well, probably was the way to get the chokehold onto Sword.
And with a little bit longer to go over this, I definitely want to touch on a point, Crapo, that you brought up during the quarterfinals and within that game, and it's behavior in the lane, playing with or without your jungler there and kind of faking out the other team. How were they, putting that forward within their lanes?
So when I was watching Prey and Kane 2v2 against Renekton and Lee Sin, they're both level 2. Okay, this Lee Sin is level 4 with double buffs, and he walks in and they play like he's not there, or sorry, they play like they don't care if he goes on them. And to me, I'm like, they're playing as if Elise is there, and I don't really have the replay to pull up, but they played so disrespectful of him that he actually didn't go in on the Zyra. He's like, oh my god, Elise is here, they're trying to bait me. And it's like this next level mind game that they played. In the end, I was like, actually, they're actually playing kind of dumb, and they both died because they played so far up, as if Elise is there. And I don't really have the replay to pull up, but they played so disrespectful of him that he actually didn't go in on the Zyra. He's like, oh my god, Elise is here, they're trying to bait me. And it's like this next level mind game that they played. In the end, I was like, actually, they're actually playing kind of dumb, and they both died because they played so far up. But yeah, there's a lot of like lane
question. Earlier we asked you, all of you, how has the World Championship influenced the way you play League of Legends and why? And here's what you guys had to say. War X Pro says, it's shown me that confidence and trust in yourself and your team is absolutely fundamental to winning. And I think from the beginning of broadcasting, any team would have told you that, and it's huge.
It really is, and we saw that actually especially from SKT's games, both in their group stage win over OMG, that final game, as well as this match here, is ruthlessness. Is we caught someone, everyone go win, we'll capitalize, don't worry about it. And being on the same page and starting those fights has worked really well in a lot of cases.
Yeah, you say ruthlessness, and I kind of translate that into, like, these teams have no hesitation. When I look at SKTT1, they have no hesitation to make plays. It's because they trust that they have the ability to make this play, and they trust that their teammates will follow up accordingly. And everyone's on the same page. The second this happens, I'm going to react with this.
All right, Koshi93 says, all these great dives have made me a more gutsy player. As Doublelift was just saying, I used to be way too cautious. It's really paying off for me. That's kind of a double-sided coin there, but Crepo?
To be fair, to learn diving, you have to fail at it many, many times. So
this is true.
I do hope for that player that he watches it a lot before he tries it, because knowing from experience, you will have some mishaps happening.
Yeah. All right. Instalock Ari says, since watching Worlds, I've used vision wards much more. Keeping the enemy blind means opportunities for me and my team.
And you really see that with a player like Faker, who on his first back, you know, in the first game we saw Minari pick up both a pink and a green ward coming back into lane, because it gets you just so much more control. You can play more aggressively if you know the jungler isn't there. If you can deny a ward as well, it makes the other mid laner play really scared because they don't know if your jungler... All about wards, right, Doublelift?
I hate wards.
Surprised we didn't see any Trinity Force Kog'Maws in there. Just not impressionable enough. Guys, those are some great tweets. The rest of you, keep those answers coming our way. We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. Then head over to bit.ly/worldssemis and give us some feedback on everything related to our coverage of the World Championship.
This week, we want to know your thoughts on the Off the Rift segments and find out what types of other shorts you'd like to see in the future.
All right, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, SKT and Najin Blacksword head back to the Rift for Game 3, tied at 1 win apiece. But up first, we take a look at tomorrow's semifinal showdown. Expect and Fnatic teleport onto the stage to battle Royal Club and Uzi in front of a Galen Center full of fans.
It's really crazy when you can look and see people everywhere cheering and going crazy.
当赢的时候，台下的观众一起欢呼你，或者是欢呼一个团队的时候，那种感觉是最好的。
I think it can work more to our advantage than theirs because we are really used to playing in big stages and having a lot of pressure. And yeah, I don't know if they're all really used to it. Even there is like a million audiences looking at me, it's the same. All I want to focus is how to beat Fnatic.
아직 이렇게 잡거나 실제로 본 적은 없겠지만 그 가져가면은 엄청 이렇게 자부심을 엄청 느낄 것 같아요. 그래서 꼭 너무너무 우승을 하고 싶어요.
오, 보고 싶다. 이거 뭘로 만든 거예요? 저 깨끗해요? 깨끗하면 콜라 넣고 먹고 싶은데.
아, 제가 반대할 거예요. 왜냐면 그 콜라를 따기에 좀 너무 아깝지 않아요? 그 소환사 거리.
The bottom line too, I really got to shout out Biggie because everyone was kind of writing him off, talking about how good Clay is. But man, that man, he got so strong. He was clipless, and then he was ending team fights, deep in the enemy team at the front of his, and he got out in 0 minutes. So we have boy once again for this one.
Well, as Cody said, Piglet did have a really, really good game. He'll step in. One thing you have to remember about that is because King and Trey got 2v1 in the back, they have a double kill early on in the lane game, which was basically what allowed us to get so far ahead of his counterpartners and end up still pushing like a monster. And especially when he got 2v1, you can't do that. I think purpose of that, you're calling guys like that.
Final score.
Never just well, 50% speed, so look at this. So did exactly pretty much the same thing. So following that down on the bottom side, right away, not quite the same.
Minions have spawned.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And as usual, we're going to start this one off with picks and bans. We'll just go over it a little bit. What happened? And pretty much what happened is we kind of saw the same thing coming out again. Nagne going back onto Gragas as well.
Yeah.
Freak, talk a little bit about that.
So I really, really like again and again the Gragas vs. Ari pick. It gives him good dueling potential. We've actually seen him fight Faker very successfully with Gragas, which is, I think, very impressive from Nagne. The other thing that I really like is Impact is on a guy who fights things for a living. His Jackson game 1 was crazy, drew a ban in game 3. Then he played Renekton, got ahead, and single-handedly destroyed the back line.
Yeah, I just want to point out how well Nagne is playing on that Gragas. He has done and landed about 5 E's into Flash, basically making it impossible for Faker to do anything against it. And yeah, they're playing so solid, and I just really hope they take out Nagne's Gragas to throw him off, get him out of his comfort zone. That's what you need to do. Like when you're in an extended series, don't let people play the same comfort picks over and over, because even if it's not the ideal matchup, you might actually just win it because you're so used to playing it.
Yeah, it seems like Nagne really steps it up on Gragas, and that might be a problem because Faker's supposed to be winning mid really hard, and Nagne's able to just push him off and farm safely, clear the waves. And another thing I want to point out is Bengi on Aatrox. Not only is Aatrox not his style, because Bengi likes to go around tap lanes, gank a lot, and if Aatrox doesn't get really farmed, he's actually useless. You can see this game when Aatrox is behind, he had mobility boots and like a Bilgewater Cutlass. He's completely useless compared to Lee Sin. I think Bengi should stick to utility junglers.
Not to mention that no Korean team played Aatrox until we saw SK Telecom play it against Gaming Gear, and that wasn't the best representation of a highly skilled opponent like they're facing here in the semifinals. And so it did seem like a little bit of a weird pickup for them.
And with the pickups, we actually saw a little bit different style of gameplay, which we'll actually bring up in a replay. Monty's going to take us through here. 6 minutes, 50 seconds into the game, the first blood, but really the fact of watching, I think we talked a lot about emotion and doing the wrong thing kind of when you need to do the right thing here.
Well, yeah, and this is a great cross-map play right now. So let's go ahead and start rolling this with Watch coming in from the side. And yeah, he gets the hit onto Piglet right there. W's to the ward, gets condemned backwards, but Mondu here trying to deal some damage to Prey. Nice exhaust, and here's the Shen ult. It gets canceled by Renekton in the bottom lane. Now Prey's going to have a great dodge here on the slow as well as the Zyra ultimate, or passive rather, and that baits Bengi in there. So even that little juke bought them a lot of time. Now what happened in this bottom lane actually was Renekton dove underneath the turret in order to stop that ult. So it was pretty good positioning by Impact, and he took a bunch of tower shots. He ate a taunt under the turret as well, and that really, that's why that kill was able to happen right there. So a little bit of variance across the map. Nice trade, but I praise little juke there on the Aatrox slow and the Zyra passive was pretty nice and made sure they got that kill. Faker was based, so it allowed Nagne to roam up into that top lane also.
Speaking of Zyra, speaking of Pumandu this game, Crepo, we just saw kind of a lackluster performance, to say the least.
Yeah, that passive missed, and then in the bot lane, his passive took a kill that otherwise would have granted double buffs to Piglet. Generally in these games, he's been getting caught quite a few times. I don't want to discredit him because he's been making really good plays, some really nice teamfight ultis, but generally his awareness hasn't been good enough and he's gotten caught. Oh, a lot of other players are making mistakes as well. We've seen failed flashes in this game, 2 taunts into a wall. It's really important to see how these teams, how their mental agility hangs in there, because in extended series, the players with the best mind, not necessarily mechanical skills, but just how mental agility fares up one team to the other.
Interesting.
Yeah, and while Faker had a really good game, I think SKT's bot lane this game had a lot of trouble. They were really lackluster. I mean, they turned it on at certain points, like Mondu had great ultis, but the entire game, I was looking at Piglet, I was like, this guy's playing Vayne, he should be split pushing with Shen ulti, because if somebody goes to 1v1 the Vayne, she's going to win. And if somebody 2v1s the Vayne, she's still going to win because she has Shen ulti. So like, she should have been splitting pretty much the entire game. And all I saw was group, try to team fight, lose the team fight, group, try to team fight, lose the team fight. And another thing that really confused me was the fact that she built Negatron and Hex Drinker when she's up against this super tank Renekton who has an Omen. She should really have what's it called, a Last Whisper, and just try to dodge the Gragas damage. I think she was really just too defensive with her build, and she was never able to kill the Renekton. He was an unstoppable like beast.
And I actually want to talk about the Renekton a little bit because I talked about, just for a bit, about Expression playing sort of a more carry-oriented top laner, playing the Renekton, getting into the back line. And one thing that I actually liked a lot from the Sword lineup is they created a lot of plays, and they specifically created a lot of them against the Shen. That these guys ran around picking up kills and making a lot of plays. And one thing I wanted to point out actually in the mid game, Faker at one point was 5-1 where at the exact same time, Nagne was like 4-1-5. He had made almost twice as many kills for his team in the mid game, and Impact kept getting focused. And we talk about when you want to gank a lane, you actually gank the global because you can't help him. He's the guy who's supposed to leave the lane, help someone else out. They repeatedly went after Impact, repeatedly kicked him down a notch, which meant that he could never 1v1 Expression, and he had such little impact in late game team fights. There was one of the battles where Expression basically 1v2s Vayne and Ahri, whereas Shen's in there trying to deal some damage and doesn't do very much, doesn't stop prey. And I think those were they had really just different impact in team fights.
And I think that
Final
Sword
thoughts.
has Shen on just downloaded. You know, I don't think Impact needs to play Shen anymore because it seems like Expression not only has a counter, but they're willing to just camp the crap out of Shen the whole game.
And not only are they willing to just camp him, but the way they play against Shen too with their aggressive style, if you can get that Gragas burst down, you can force the Shen ult to be used more defensively, and he will not be in typically a good position for taunts after that. So if you play aggressively against Shen and you prevent that Shen ult from being used aggressively in turn, you force that defensive ult, then you really have an advantage against the Shen teams a lot of the time.
All right, well, we get a chance to see what these teams have for each other. We got to take a quick break right now, but when we return, it is Game 4 between SKT and Najin Black Sword. With one more win, Prey and Sword will lock down a spot in next week's finals and get a shot at the Summoners Cup. Plus, coming up, Team Coast's top laner, Zion Spartan, will join us to break down the fight in the top lane. But first, we look in on Najin Black Sword as they celebrate their Game 3 win.
Okay. Nice, nice. Okay. 아, 힘들다. 한판 남았다. 한판 남았어.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. We'll be seeing the next game of this epic best of 5 soon. But first, I am joined by Costa top laner Zion Spartan. Welcome. And I'd like to start by asking your opinion on this series, and especially the matchup between Expression and Impact.
It's been a really interesting match so far. I'm actually really excited to be here. First time I've been at the Galen Center, and the atmosphere is just impressive. All the fans here getting really loud, the music, the lights, it's just so impressive, and I'm really glad I could be a part of this. And the top lane matchup, Expression versus Impact, it seems like the junglers have been deciding a lot. Bengi from SKT hasn't been there a lot of the times when Watch is there, and Watch and Expression just keep diving Impact over and over again and just keep snowballing leads off that. And it's really impressive, the champion picks. I'm kind of the top laner that likes to get in there and play champions that do a lot of damage, but it seems that the most effective way to play is just doing a lot of playing tanks like Renekton and Shen, and not actually playing the champions that do a lot of damage, because that's not as effective. And have the mid laner be the person like Faker, like the Gragas, Nagne on that Gragas, just having impressive casts throughout the whole series.
I'd like to pick your brain a little more. You say you like to play champions that do a lot of damage. How do you feel about the current changes of Triforce? Is that something you applaud, or?
I love the Triforce. I like to build it on like almost every champion, but it's probably not the most effective thing to do, because it's much more effective to play Renekton or Shen again. But it seems a little strong on ranged champions like Corki and Ezreal. Just seem really strong with the new Trinity Force changes. But I still really like where it's at for the Bruisers, and I hope I can use that.
All right, looking forward to that. And in that same spirit, we see you rocking the Team Coast shirt. What's the future looking like for Team Coast?
The future for Team Coast is really bright. I know we kind of got relegated, but we're looking forward to coming back and making a strong showing in Season 4. And the amateur scene's getting started up right after Worlds, so we're going to be right back in the thick of the competition and really hungry for getting our spot back in the LCS.
We'd love to hear that. Thank you very much, Zion. As for us, it's time to dive into the next game of this epic matchup. So let's go back to the caster desk.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And coming into that one, I think, Kobe said it right at the end there, is that both of these teams take hold when they get the chance. And that's the coolest thing to see. We see a lot of teams when they're ahead, they kind of, halter a little bit and they don't get themselves into the win. But these guys, even straight from picks and bans, and we'll start with Monty, go for the win right out of the gate.
Some things I noticed in the picks and bans phase here. Well, when we saw SKT on the red side in Game 2, they decided to ban that Shen. And we know from the interview earlier and just from the fact that we haven't seen Sword in a while, SK Telecom said, we don't really have a good read on Najin Sword. And so they prioritized that Shen pick very heavily, but Najin Sword was so adept at countering it. And then by the other side of that, they banned it. They used a ban on it. And then in this game, there was no ban, and it wasn't even taken by Sword at all. So I think they had a bad read, thought that it was going to be very high priority, and instead it turned out not to be that way at all. And that really opens up their game. The other thing that's interesting here is that SK Telecom picked Corki in their first rotation. Now, this is a team that usually lets AD carries fall down the picking order, and Piglet kind of gets the scraps, what's left over. And I think this is a really big respect to both Prey and the power of Corki right now that they went so aggressive on this particular pick in the pick and ban phase.
And I think it actually speaks to a really good adaptation by SKT as well. You talked about how it takes them a game or two to warm up, and they start to understand their opponents better. And one thing I've noticed from this series is basically counterpicking the top lane. Every top laner who's picked second has won his matchup, right? Game 1, Jax against Shen. Domination there. Forgetting the name, by Expression. And then here, right, you talk about the read on Shen and whatnot, letting the champion go through. Expression blind picks the Jax and says, all right, Impact, bring whatever you want against me in lane. Impact shows up with Renekton, beats him soundly in the 1v1 and says, haha, I can beat you here. And then in the mid lane as well. Ari shows up first, and you let Faker counterpick with Orianna, at least what he perceives to be the counterpick there, and lo and behold, Faker wins the lane again. And so suddenly you have the team saying, wait, if we pick ours later, we can get a good matchup and win out here, and I think that's a new adaptation as well by SKT.
Yeah, it seems that when SKT, even though Bengi got first blooded here, and he was 2 buffs behind, like Watch had finished his entire jungle path before he even started. Bengi's so good on Lee Sin that he can pull his team together and make the plays happen. And also I want to point out, Ari's 0-3 so far this series, and Renekton's 2-0. It seems like people have the answer to Ari, and for some reason people just don't have the answer to Renekton. That's just he's just such a strong laner. I don't think between these two extremely skilled players, the person who wins lane is just going to snowball and have more game impact.
And Crepo, someone that was not in your eyes, but really on your mind this time was Piglet coming back into this one.
Yeah, Piglet definitely played really, really well. He turned those bot lane fights around. The first time Kane actually went in with a good hook, Piglet actually managed to survive, but later on they fought 2 against 2 and they actually won that trade super hard, and then Piglet started carrying the bot lane, and that allowed SKT to really grab hold of the game. At the same time, on top, Watch from Sword ganked twice, Renekton Impact dodged that twice, managed to get Bengi back into the game. Bengi actually started on 1 buff, as Double F pointed out, and Sword had 3 buffs, but by the second buff rotation, it was the total other way around. SKT invaded blue buff, managed to secure 3 buffs for themselves, while Sword stuck on 1. So it's really incredible to see how a team can go from so far behind to so far ahead in such a short time span.
And I really want SKT to win this series because I feel like when Sword wins, it's a struggle. They have to really work for that win. It takes a long time.
Why do you say it's a struggle? Where are they falling behind?
They just don't beat SKT as convincingly as vice versa. When SKT wins against Sword, it's a stomp. It's just a complete crush. You know what's going to happen when the 4K gold lead that happens. And then when Sword gets a 4K gold lead, it's like there's these close team fights Faker does, like things Faker does, and it's just a big struggle, especially in team fights, just closing out the game. It takes forever.
And I think you're right about that. Faker doing things that Faker does has been a big part of when he's actually allowed to make plays. And here it's interesting because it took me a while to realize why he's good at Orianna. Because she's not traditionally the same kind of playmaker as Ahri. It's a departure in a way of a Faker champion. But what he's done really with this series is comboed with Bengi. He's used Lee Sin as ball delivery and shockwaved and set up kills and whatnot. And then after kind of a bit of a lead would roam down and sort of gank with his team, would show up to 3v3s or 3v2s and make plays from there. And that's what's really opened the doors here with his Orianna, is he's showing up with his team fighting incredibly well and getting ahead. And on top of the fact that their duo lane is snowballing, that they're winning the 2v2 matchups time and again, it actually works really well. He can just show up with his team and make plays.
At the same time, you gotta hand it to Pumandu. He had a rough 3 games first, and then he got caught a lot. Now he shows up in Zyra. There's a typical Crepo 4-1 in 6. Steals alpha kills. Well, carries a little harder than the typical Crepo though. But yeah, no, I really liked what he did. He kept going into those trades. He wasn't afraid of dying, afraid of getting caught. He just played the game as if it was a new game, and that's really important when you play these games. Just start fresh all over. Forget what happened in the earlier games, and yeah, Piglet and Pumandu played really solid this game.
Final thoughts, Double F.
Yeah, one thing I like about SKT is they don't fall victim to tilt. When Faker has a bad game, the next game he's like, okay, this is a fresh game, I'm going to play well. When Pumandu gets caught a million times, he's still not afraid to play aggressive. He doesn't get tilted and discouraged. He plays the way that he plays, and he's just confident that he's practiced this way.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we have to take a quick break right now, but when we return, it's the exciting conclusion of this epic battle between SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. The next team to take down a Nexus will win a trip to the Staples Center and a shot at the Summoners Cup. Why would you even think about touching that browser? Thank you very much, gentlemen. And as Kobe said, it was kind of just that. As Monty said on the first day of the analyst desk, Faker playmaker, and it really came true, bringing out his Orianna. It wasn't always on the Ari. You know, Monty, take us away from picks and bans. Coming out of this, it was something we've seen through the past 4 games, but a different result each time.
I mean, I really like the picks and bans here, and I think that Sword maybe made a mistake. They went for that really great dive composition with the Nocturne Shen combination, and it's a comfort pick for Watch, too. He's always been, his most played champion is Nocturne in professional play. And so SK Telecom, though, with Lee Sin, Ezreal, Orianna, Zyra, and Jax, not easy to get into that back line because there's so much disengaged there. And I think we saw that really come into play.
And Double, if your thoughts on Prey throughout this matchup?
Yeah, so 2 things stood out to me this game. One was I think Prey is actually either on tilt or just not like thinking correctly this game because he got camped for the last 4 games, right? Bengi was always bottom side of the map. And so I think what he learned, and he learned like wrongly, was that I shouldn't be playing, that's what he's thinking, I shouldn't be playing aggressively because I'm getting camped. So you saw him get bullied around constantly by Piglet, and even though Pumandu died multiple times in lane, Prey had almost no game impact because he's just thinking, I don't want to die, I don't want to get camped by Bengi anymore, and that's the wrong way to approach the game.
Crepo, that's where your thoughts take you, is right to the jungle on Bengi.
I just want to point out how much of a key factor Bengi is in their play. We always said, hey, SKT doesn't play too well when they're behind, and they play really well when they're ahead. It's because Bengi's playstyle is all around vision. The guy backs and buys 3 wards and a pink wards. I don't even buy that many wards. He just goes around, literally, he just goes around wards the entire map. He fell behind in 2 levels behind Watch, but he still managed to get a lot of utility out, a lot of pressure, and he just allows Faker to constantly farm up those races.
And I think the reason that Bengi does that is because SKT does the best team I've ever seen with momentum. Like you saw at the very end, they just team fought. Okay, we have the momentum. Go, 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 go. End the game. Literally just end the game. And you saw it against OMG too. 13-minute inhibitor. Just go, go, go. They just drive momentum so well. And that's why I think Bengi plays that supportive playstyle.
Well, it's also interesting to look at this game, too, because Faker's CS was much higher than we see most Season 3 mids. Taking a look at it, I took some notes. It was about 170 at 15 minutes. It was 232 at 21 and 303 at 27. So Bengi kept feeding him Wraiths and Wolves over and over and over again, and that allowed him to acquire a massive gold lead out of Nagne. They're really putting all their eggs in the Faker basket at that point, right? But then he delivers. Talking about that last team fight, 27 minutes in, he's got an Athene's, a Void Staff, and a Death Cap on Orianna. It pays off when he can land that 3-man Orianna ult with all of that items. That is a maximization of that gold value.
Freak, final thoughts on this amazing best of 5.
I think there was a misplay in the top lane overall in terms of strategy for Najin Sword. They picked the Shen knowing that Jax is open, which is something that Impact has played this tournament, and gave a counter pick away. And then sort of realizing this mismatched matchup, they focused all their effort ganking top lane. Watch as well as Nagne came top multiple times to kill off Jax, had no effect, didn't let their actual dive comp dive the bottom lane and get that one ahead and let Prey carry. And so I feel like from the Shen lock-in, from how they played that Shen, I think it was a rough setup there for Sword, and SKT played it better.
All right, guys, you have the predictions for the game today. Congratulations on that. Right now, we're actually going to send it over to Shox, who's hanging out on the main stage with SKT's fantastic mid laner, Faker.
Thank you very much, Riv. Fantastic applause here immediately for Faker. Of course, congratulations, a best of 5 series, and it went to full 5 games. And at the center of that was, of course, the matchup between you and Nagne. How do you think that played out?
안녕하세요, 페이크 선수. 일단 오전 3승제 4강전 승리하신 거 축하드리고요. 경기가 5경기까지 가셨는데 그 나그네 선수와의 매치업에 대해서 잠시 얘기해 주세요.
오늘 나그네 선수가 그렇게 엄청나게 잘하는 선수가 아니라 별로 긴장을 안 했는데 오늘 해보니까 되게 잘하셔서 정말 나그네 선수가 좀 이번 경기에 좀 상대 낮은 팀의 핵이었다고 생각해요.
You know, coming into this game, I was a bit nervous because I knew Nagne was really good, and when I played him, he did show how great he was. I really think he played well, and I think he was the nucleus of the Najin team.
Actually, a very good game by him as well. But in the end, you guys pulled it out. And I got to ask, you know, coming into this, you were really the favorites. Were you surprised that Najin Swords showed this much strength and took 2 games off you?
오늘 경기에서 5경기까지 가셨는데요. 이 토너먼트 들어오실 때 SKT가 제일 우승 후보로 꼽혔잖아요. 5경기까지 가신 거에 대해서 좀 놀라시지 않으셨나요?
전혀 놀라지 않았고요. 오늘 지지 않았던 것만으로도 되게 고맙고요. 일단 5경기까지 갔으니까 그 나진 소드가 정말 강팀이라는 걸 다시 한번 일깨워주는 그런 판이었던 것 같아요.
No, I was not surprised at all. Coming into this game, I knew Najin was great, and I think going 5 games just shows how great a team Najin is.
So you guys made it. You're in the final in Staples Center next week. Royal versus Fnatic is up tomorrow. Who of those two teams do you want to play and why?
이제 결승전에 진출하게 되셨는데 결승전에 누굴 만나고 싶으신가요? 내일 이제 프나틱이랑 로얄이랑 경기를 하게 되는데요.
일단 저는 로얄이나 푸나틱 둘 다 아무나 와도 상관이 없는데 딱히 꼽기도 좀 힘들어요. 이게 그래서 그냥 두 팀 중 아무나 올라와도 상관없을 것 같고 이번에는 결승에 누가 올라올지 거의 생각도 안 하고 이번 경기만 생각해가지고 그 결승전 생각은 별로 안 나요.
Fnatic and Royal are both two great teams, and I really don't have much thoughts on, who I prefer makes it because I was really concerned with this game, tonight's game, so I really haven't had a chance to think much about it.
All right, but enjoy your victory, and we'll see you next week at Staples. Thank you very much. All right, now let's send it over to Riv and the guys at the desk for a look at the tournament bracket.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And after this exciting night of League, we're one step closer to the Staples Center and the fight for the Summoners Cup. Let's take a look at the tournament bracket as it stands now. SK Telecom T1 takes the first slot in the finals, and they will be joined there by the winner of tomorrow's semifinal series, Royal Club and Fnatic. Now, gentlemen, let's take a look at how the 4 of you have been doing at choosing the winners here at Worlds so far. Because everyone, including the viewers, all got it right tonight, the standings remain the same with only 2 more days of World Championships action remaining. Congratulations to everyone.
All hail Lord Monte Cristo.
All hail Lord Monte.
So coming up tomorrow here at the Galen Center, it's day 2 of the Season 3 semifinals.
Yeah, China's Royal Club and Europe's Fnatic fight for their spot in the Season 3 finals and a shot at the Summoners Cup. Our coverage begins Saturday at 12 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Time.
Now let's send it over to Shocks and close out our first night of semifinal action here at the Galen Center.
Thank you very much, Riv. And what an incredible night here at the Galen Center. Congratulations, of course, to our first finalist, SK Telecom T1. Now, as always, if you missed any of the action or you just want to watch it again, go over to lolesports.com to check out all the recaps, videos, the stats, and anything you want. All right, that does it for our first day of semifinal coverage from all of us here at the Galen Center. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in less than 12 hours.
Impact having to flash away, but they're going to go in for this one. Impact's going to go down.
아리도 폴. 오케이. 땅꼬치. 플래시. 오케이.
Nice. Sword are going to pick up game 1 in the series. Oh! From play, Impact gets out. That's a second kill for SKT. Benji and Impact over the moon. Like a piglet ripping through Sword here. That's 3 men down. Triple kill. Is he going to be able to pick up 4? Ready to get the kill. He's not got him though. Prey going super low, and he will fall.